during this part of the year. According to a spokesperson for the Ukrainian Air Force, Ukraine is experiencing a record number of drone attacks over the winter, citing the over 500 drone strikes that have hit Ukrainian soil in the month of September alone. Southern and western Ukraine are still experiencing heavy bombardment, particularly around the city of Kherson, with the region being bombed 59 times in a single night, leaving 12 civilians injured. Fortunately, there were no deaths reported. It's not all bad news for Ukraine, however, as the nation has been steadily regaining territory, albeit slower than they would have liked. According to the UK's Ministry of Defence, Ukraine has regained approximately 125 square kilometres or 844.8 American football fields since the counteroffensive began in June. Foreign aid also continues to pour in, as the White House requested an additional $61 billion USD from Congress to send to Ukraine. In addition, the US confirmed that they have sent ATACMS missiles, or Army Tactical Missile Systems, which Ukraine has already employed in combat. These are said to be especially effective in the south of Ukraine, as their presence there makes it harder for Russia to deploy attack helicopters where they're deployed. In addition, viewers may recall the controversy surrounding Sweden and Finland's attempt to join NATO in May of last year. Although Finland was granted membership in April of this year, Sweden's application remained in limbo. That appears to be ending soon, as President Erdogan of Turkey finally submitted an approval for Sweden's membership to Turkey's parliament. Viewers may recall that Sweden and Finland were originally denied entry by Turkey due to Sweden's policy of hosting a large population of Kurdish refugees. The submission still needs to be approved by Turkey's parliament, but it seems as though Sweden will be the newest member nation of NATO. Russia, too, has also enjoyed a win this month, seeing promised aid provided by North Korea to start rolling into the country. This is particularly bad news for Ukraine, as when we talked to a North Korean official, they claimed that North Korea was the most powerful and most prosperous nation in the world. After their series of sleepovers last month, Kim Jong-un has pledged to faithfully implement the agreements made with Vladimir Putin. While we don't know the extent of what North Korea is sending to Russia, we can only assume that it will involve weapons and potentially pizza bagels for the next slumber party. One detail that may be worth noting is that the Russian presidential election will be taking place on March 17th, 2024. Although, we'd be lying if we said that Russian voters had any fucking say in the leadership of their country. The mere show of an election may make it harder for Putin to make any more politically risky moves leading up to the election. As the violence begins to tone down for the winter months, we'd like to take a look at the human cost of this war so far. According to estimates from the UN, at least 10,749 civilians have been killed since the start of the invasion in February of 2022, with at least 17,748 injured. On the Ukrainian side, estimates range from 80,500 to 83,500 deaths, with 100,000 to 120,000 injured. On the Russian side, the numbers vary wildly depending on the source. However, according to sources from the US and UK, that number could be anywhere between 88,000 to 120,000 killed in action. The official Russian death count, as you might imagine, is much lower. The number of injured Russian troops is a bit more consistent, with estimates ranging from 170,000 to 180,000. In total, that puts us at least 250,000 dead since the start of the conflict, with more than 287,000 injured. As always, we here at the Swag News team hope for a swift end to the conflict, which has already taken too much. We now come to the nation of Poland, whose biggest exports are car parts and Cyberpunk 2077. On October 15th, Poland held its parliamentary election to decide the next 4 years of government for the country. The two competing factions were the Conservative Law and Justice Party, also known as PIS, and the centrist catch-all party, the Civic Coalition. Law and Justice has been in power since 2015, headed by Yaroslav Kaczynski, and is generally considered to be a Christian nationalist party. The party is generally supported by working-class citizens, farmers, union members, and pensioners, and although socially quite conservative, is generally seen as having a left-wing approach when it comes to economics. Law and Justice also seem to be unapologetically authoritarian, removing constitutional checks, restricting freedom of speech and assembly, and changing a law to allow the ruling party to control the state media. This has led its government to frequently butt heads with the European Union, who tends to get a bit antsy about that shit. The Civic Coalition, on the other hand, is a lot harder to pin down, as it's rather a group of united parties that range from centre-left to centre-right. Its main uniting features are the policies held against the Law and Justice Party, being supportive of Poland's place in the European Union and a democratic approach to governance. The party itself is led by Donald Tusk, who up until recently had been the president of the European Council. October's election saw a record turnaround of 74% within the nation, with citizens under 29 casting more votes than those over 60, which was seen as highly unusual. At the time of writing, exit polls show that although the Law and Justice Party secured the most votes at around 30%, it will likely have to concede to the combined coalition of the Civic Coalition, the Third Way, and New Left, who holds around 54% of the vote. As for what this means for Poland, many political commentators believe that civil and personal rights may start to become expanded under expected reforms. Poland's beef with the EU has seen billions of euros withheld due to alleged breaches of its rule of law. Democratic institutions are likely to be strengthened, and then there's the nation's LGBT-free zones, which also took root under the Law and Justice Party. Only last month, Poland ceased supplying weapons to Ukraine in favor of arming itself with more modern weapons. A third of Poland's stockpile of of military hardware has been depleted since the start of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, and it's unclear if a new government will change its policy towards national security. In any case, Poland generally has very little love for an expansionist Russia. While the Civic Coalition is posturing to reform Poland, resistance may come to the party in multiple forms. President Andrzej Duda, a member of PIS, will remain in power until the 2025 presidential elections. Duda himself has a right to veto any legislation he sees fit, and the Law and Justice Party is expected to retain a big chunk of parliamentary seats. This could potentially stiffen the room to operate under a new government, especially with a catch-all government, whose majority holds a wide range of political ideologies. Nevertheless, this election was one of the most crucial for Europe in the last couple of years, and it will be interesting to see the impact of this election in the years to come. We now move on to one of the most stable and reliable regions on the planet, Africa. On October 10, 2023, citizens of Liberia made their way to the polls to vote in their presidential and parliamentary elections. Current President George Weah, representing the Coalition for Democratic Change, or CDC, not to be confused with the United States Centers for Disease Control, was set to run against former Vice President Joseph Boakai, representing the Unity Party, or UP. Not to be confused with Pixar's 2009 animated movie by the same name. Current President George Weah isn't exactly a typical politician by any means, formerly having a career in professional football, being named the 1995 FIFA World Player of the Year, and being widely regarded as one of the greatest African footballers of all time. Joseph Boakai, on the other hand, is very much what you might call a typical politician. Boakai has had a degree in business administration, worked as a managing director of the Liberia Produce Marketing Corporation before stating his political career serving as the Minister of Agriculture. These two candidates couldn't be more different. This election season in Liberia is the first to take place after the United Nations fully exited the country back in 2018. Following a decade's worth of humanitarian assistance, Liberia has been under constant turmoil as far back as 1980, with a bloody coup setting off a chain of events which led to two civilian wars spanning from 1989 to 2003. Liberia also experienced a massive Ebola outbreak back in 2014, which led to the deaths of over 4,000 citizens. Not to mention that more than 50% of Liberians live below the poverty line to this day. George Weah, in his 2023 re-election campaign, went on to promote the success of his party's various achievements in infrastructure and the introduction of tuition-free education at Liberia's public universities. His opposition, on the other hand, believes that his party has done little to nothing for Liberia during his 6-year term, and that they have failed to combat the corruption plaguing the government during his time in office. Boakai is running on a platform of cracking down on corruption, developing tourism and agriculture, and improving education and sanitation for the country. George Weah and Joseph Boakai were, funnily enough, the leading candidates back during the 2017 elections, where Weah had beaten Boakai with 38.4% of the vote to Boakai's 28.8%. However, because neither candidate surpassed the 50% majority threshold, the two would-be presidents would then compete in a runoff election, resulting in George Weah as the victor. Now in 2023, it seems that history might be doomed to repeat itself, as George Weah and Joseph Boakai have once again emerged as the two leading candidates, with neither securing enough votes to surpass the 50% threshold in this election either. In fact, this year's race was even closer than last time, with less than 10,000 votes separating the two as they prepare for a runoff election taking place early next month. It may not be until late this year that we learn who will be ruling Liberia for the next 6 years in its apparent, steady democracy. If history is to repeat itself as initial expectations hint towards, then George Weah will continue to rule for another 6 years. Otherwise, Joseph Boakai might get the chance to re-establish the long-ruling Unity Party and enact broad changes for Liberia. As always, we'll keep you up to date on how this country is going and whether it ends up contributing to Africa's coup statistics in the coming months. After Swag became an alcoholic after covering the Israel-Palestine story, the rest of the news team wanted to make sure at least some good news got covered this month. And what better news to talk about than the Nobel Prize winners for this year? As many viewers may know, Nobel Prizes are some of the most prestigious in the world, symbolizing great accomplishments in chemistry, physics, medicine, literature, peace, and economics. Nobel Prizes were created by Swedish inventor Alfred Nobel, best known for his invention of dynamite, much to the detriment of railroad workers and cartoon characters everywhere. After losing his brother in a nitroglycerin accident, Nobel managed to build a fortune licensing and selling dynamite around the world, eventually expanding into arms manufacturing. However, after reading a false report of his death in a newspaper with the headline, "The Merchant of Death has died," Nobel had a crisis of conscience. In an effort to redeem his legacy, he would go on to leave 95% of his fortune to create a trust fund for 5 prizes. These 5 prizes would be for achievements in chemistry, physics, physiology and medicine, literature, and peace, with economics being added as an additional category later. With the history lesson over, let's look at who won this year's prestigious awards. In the field of physics, the winners are Pierre Agostini, Ferenc Krauss, and Anne Lahulia for experimental methods that generate attosecond pulses of light for the study of electron dynamics in matter. To a normal person, the winners discovered a way to generate flashes of light attoseconds long, which is about 1/quintillionth of a second, or about as long as it takes for a wraith main to disconnect after getting downed. These flashes can then be used to effectively take pictures of electrons as they fly around an atom, something previously thought impossible, and enabling a better understanding of how electrons move. In the field of chemistry, the winners are Mungi G. Buendi, Louis E. Bruce, and Alexei I. Yukimov for the discovery and synthesis of quantum dots. Quantum dots are nanoparticles so small that their properties are determined by their size, rather than their chemical makeup. This can then allow scientists to finely tune properties such as color, electric charge, and more. Possible applications include cancer treatments and high-resolution screens, both of which are pretty cool. In the field of physiology or medicine, the winners are Catalin Karikó and Drew Weissman for their discoveries concerning nucleoside base functions that enabled the development of effective mRNA vaccines against COVID-19. As for what the fuck this means, mRNA is a special type of genetic information, similar to DNA, but it is used to transport code from the nucleus of a cell to where it will be used. A nucleoside is the code that underpins DNA and RNA's ability to store information, and being able to substitute individual bases allows scientists to carefully modify the information encoded. In this case, it was used to prevent the immune system from overreacting when exposed to COVID in the vaccine. In the field of literature, the winner is Jon Fosse for, quote, his innovative plays and prose which gave voice to the unsayable. Primarily a fiction writer, in the words of critics, Fosse had created magical worlds and inspired a sense of peace and serenity in his writings and plays. Fosse builds most of his work on the Norwegian fjords where he grew up, but also on the journeys of self-discovery and challenges facing artists and writers in the world. None of us on the news team speak Norwegian, but we're sure Fosse's works are probably pretty good. In the field of peace, the winner is Najez Mohammadi for, quote, her fight against the oppression of women in Iran and her fight to promote human rights and freedom for all. As an Iranian women's rights protester, Mohammadi is a vocal critic of the Iranian government, especially relating to their morality laws. Mohammadi was first arrested for her activism back in 2016, before being released in 2020 due to a reduction in sentence and COVID concerns. In 2021, however, she was arrested again and remains imprisoned to this day. From prison, Mohammadi has further reported on sexual violence and torture within prisons, and has expressed her support for the Masha Amini protests, which you might remember from our coverage earlier in the year. The Iranian Ministry of Foreign Affairs condemned Mohammadi's award, describing it as rewarding a criminal. With this in mind, when a person you have locked up receives the most prestigious peace award in the world, this probably makes you the bad guy. As Mohammadi is still imprisoned and is unlikely to be released anytime soon, her daughter will collect her prize on her behalf. In the field of economics, the winner is Claudia Golden for having advanced our understanding of women's labor market outcomes. Golden is a researcher who published the first comprehensive report on the gender pay gap in labor market participation over centuries, as well as providing an analysis of trends and developments over history. Prizes for these categories will be presented in Sweden on the 10th of December, except for the Peace Prize, which will be in Norway. Viewers who are disappointed that they did not win this year are encouraged to keep up the good work, and remember that they are rewarded every year, so there's plenty more chances coming. Viewers who watched last month's episode may remember our coverage of Joe Biden's impeachment inquiry. In that story, we mentioned that one of the main reasons for the inquiry in the first place was for the House Speaker Kevin McCarthy to appease hardline Republicans and to secure his job as Speaker against a potential no-confidence vote. Well, as if we could predict the future, just 2 days after our news went live on the 1st of October, McCarthy's fears of a vote for his removal came to reality. On Tuesday the 3rd, Representative Matt Gaetz of Florida introduced a motion to vacate the office of Speaker. The same day, McCarthy was removed by a vote of 216 to 210, with 8 Republicans joining the Democrats to remove the Speaker, making McCarthy the first Speaker in history to be removed by a vote in the House. After elections in January, Republicans ended with a narrower majority than they had hoped for, holding a razor-thin majority of just 4 seats. Immediately, internal divisions arose, with Freedom Caucus Republicans, considered the hardest right-leaning faction in the government, wanting someone more conservative than McCarthy. The holdout meant that for the first time in 100 years, the Speaker was not elected on the first ballot. In fact, to become Speaker, it took McCarthy 15 ballots, the most since 1859. Since then, McCarthy has been walking a fine line, balancing factions of his party. The breaking point came last month when working to avoid a government shutdown. While McCarthy managed to extract some concessions from Biden and Democrats, the Freedom Caucus stated that the spending cuts were not large enough and that they would vote against the bill. They also gave an ultimatum to McCarthy, stating that if they turned to Democrat support instead of winning further compromises, they would remove him. McCarthy chose to ignore the threat and push through the bill to fund the government through mid-November with Democrat support. Gaetz then filed a motion to vacate, and McCarthy, perhaps still huffing industrial quantities of copium, allegedly refused to even attempt negotiations with Democrats to preserve his speakership. McCarthy now holds the dubious honor of being the only person ever in nearly 250 years to be removed by a motion to vacate. As this situation has quite literally never happened before, there are a mountain of questions to work through. First, in the immediate aftermath, Replica pro tempore, or translated from Latin as Speaker for the time being. The office of Speaker pro tempore was intended to be used when the actual Speaker is not present, not in a case of removal, and therefore has very little actual power. As no Speaker has ever been removed from office, however, nobody actually knows how much power this fill-in Speaker has in this scenario. Some people say he's only there to sit in the chair and bang a gavel until a new Speaker is chosen, while others believe that he has all of the powers of a regular Speaker, just on a temporary basis. In any case, the lack of a Speaker makes it incredibly hard for the government to perform basic tasks, such as pass laws, provide military aid, or pass a budget bill to avoid a government government shutdown. This means things like aid to Ukraine and Israel are put on hold. And as the government is only funded until November 17, the clock is ticking before a government shutdown begins. When the government shuts down, non-essential workers are furloughed, being sent home without pay until the shutdown ends. On the other hand, essential workers such as air traffic control and the military are expected to still come to work, even though they won't be paid for the duration of the shutdown. In 2019, a law was passed granting furloughed and essential workers back pay for the wages they missed during the shutdown. Additionally, military troops will still be paid by the banks who run payroll, and the government will just pay the banks back when the shutdown ends. Beyond payments, services like national parks and government call centers will be closed for the duration as well. While a shutdown will not be as catastrophic for the country as a default, from the perspective of someone who would be home without a paycheck, it may be tough to see it that way. After all, even though the government may not be signing checks, rent is still due and bills still need to be paid. To avoid a shutdown on November 17th, someone will need to unify the Republican House, be elected full speaker, negotiate with the Democratic president and evenly split Senate, and then get a majority in both chambers and the president to agree to a very polarizing bill. Quite annoyingly, the front-running candidate for speaker has changed multiple times during our script writing process. So in the interest of providing the most relevant information possible, we're just going to have the editor for this story put a name on screen if anything has been decided. We now move on to Japan, whose biggest exports are car parts and copies of Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance. Viewers may remember that on the 22nd of July, 2022, the former Prime Minister of Japan, Shinzo Abe, was assassinated by a lone conspirator with a pipe pistol straight out of Fallout 4. While we aren't going to go through his entire history, Mr. Abe was a controversial figure, especially among younger generations, due to increasing pressure to stabilize an aging population. Basically, his policies were focused on making Japan more horny. The assassin, however, wasn't so concerned about Shinzo Abe trying to slam the Japanese youth together like they were Ken and Barbie dolls, but rather his affiliation with the Unification Church. To start off, the church was first founded in 1954 in South Korea by Reverend Sungmyung Moon and was widely regarded as a cult. At the age of 15, Mr. Moon had already begun claiming to have visions of Jesus Christ, where the Christian Messiah apparently ordered Moon to complete his work on Earth and create a state of sinless purity. As a fervent anti-communist, Mr. Moon would go on to make connections with conservative heads of state and politicians internationally. Many activists have long accused the organization of soliciting donations from members who had already been essentially brainwashed. One such victim was the mother of the assassin, who allegedly donated more than 100 million yen, or around 670,000 freedom bucks, to the organization. One of the other exploitive practices by the church included pressuring followers into buying vases and other trinkets that would supposedly clear ancestral karma. While Abe was not directly affiliated with the church himself, he had often participated in church-sponsored events and hired members of the church to his staff. According to a political science professor at the University of Kanda, Jeffrey Hall, it would be a stretch to say that the Unification Church controls Mr. Abe's party, the LDP, but it is one of a number of groups that exert influence on the way conservative politicians draft policies. Mr. Hall would then go on to state that the church had effectively lobbied the government on key issues like gender equality and sex education. In the wake of Abe's death, current Prime Minister of Japan, Fumio Kishida, directed members of his party to disclose whether or not they had connections to the church, and to, quote, reflect on their actions. In a stunning twist of events, nicely asking his fellow politicians to be honest about their potential connections to a cult did not result in many coming forward on their own accord. As a result, Mr. Kishida ordered an internal investigation, which found that 179 of the party's 379 total MPs interacted with or had connections to the church. After putting his colleagues in timeout was not enough to say public animosity towards the church, Japan's lower house of parliament passed legislation that made it illegal for religious organizations to maliciously secure donations. The church's downfall wouldn't stop there, however, as on the 13th of October, Japanese officials requested a court to revoke the church's legal status in the country. Revoking an organization's legal status in a nation is a long and complicated process, so we likely won't see the outcome of this investigation until next year. Regardless, this has already become one of the most successful political assassinations in the modern era in terms of making waves in policy. And should the church lose its legal status, we'll be sure to provide an update as the case progresses. For those who don't know, this channel has been covering world news for just short of 5 years now, and one of the most common questions we're asked is which news sources are the most reliable. Getting unbiased and factual news isn't always easy in the modern world, and as we'll explain later, this month saw us come across more misinformation online than we've ever previously encountered. Social media platforms are an absolute breeding ground for fake information, and most algorithms are literally just tailored to feed a user what they want to hear. The truth is that keeping properly informed is a bitch sometimes, because not everyone has the time to research a bunch of articles, vet them for bias, and weed out the garbage. This is why our partnership with Ground News is a match made in heaven. Ground News is a platform created by a former NASA engineer to give readers a better way to consume the news. For every story, Ground News will compile a list of articles from a wide range of outlets and rate them based on bias and reliability.
These guys are based as fuck. I mean, their Discord community kind of sucks ass. Fuck them, they're a bunch of assholes. But the news they provide is really based and good. So when it comes down to it, yeah, glad they're partnering Ground News. Ground News is good. I don't really use Ground News much, but I have it, so I know it's also pretty unbiased. So, moral story is good for them. I won't be here to watch their success. 'Cause I'm gonna go on pretty soon, but
was arrested in Hong Kong for having a gun in his carry-on luggage. Saudi Arabia wants to host the 2035 Women's World Cup, and a tourist in Turkey was arrested for looking gay. By far the biggest story of this month, which has dominated news coverage, is the current
Turkey's
war
wild.
between Israel and Hamas. We actually made a full dedicated video on this topic last time this region made headlines. We mention this because viewers who are looking for greater context to what's currently happening should absolutely go watch that first. Because unless we double the length of this video, there's no reasonable way we can probably explain this situation in its entirety. For now, however, here's the extremely abridged version, which only covers the last few years. After World War I, the region that is now Israel and Palestine was given to Britain and France, who would form the administrative territory of Palestine. The premise was to allow the widespread immigration of Jewish people, as well as to give Palestinian Arabs who had formed their own identity a place to call home. However, when violence between the two groups became gradually more common, the British figured they'd try something else. In 1947, the country would be split into Palestine for Arabs and Israel for Jews. The idea was to finally give the Palestinian people their independence and Jewish people a state to call their own. This worked incredibly well. Until the very next year, when the British packed up and went home, the neighboring Arab states saw this two-state solution as colonialism with extra steps, which started the 1948 Arab-Israeli War. Israel would end up winning the war, but the nation wouldn't be so keen to restore the previous UN agreed-upon border, after 7 Arab nations had just tried to gank them. This would set the scene for very much of the next 70 years, with Israel beating back its neighbors in various ways, while becoming increasingly more oppressive to Palestine. Israel would even start settling within Palestinian territories in an attempt to legitimize its claim on the land, a practice that still persists to this day, despite violating international law. This leads us to the formation of Hamas, a militant group that has grown to be what many consider the dominant political force within Gaza. The policies of Hamas have changed over the years, but its current goal is the effective eradication of Israel to establish an Islamist state in its place. Fighting between Israel and Hamas has continued for decades, and most Western nations consider the group a terrorist organization. It's difficult to determine the support for Hamas among Palestinians themselves, as around half of the polled population were found to support the group in 2021, while that number now sits at 27 to 31%. Verifying these figures is made even more difficult when many within Palestine are frightened to criticize the group. Although Hamas was previously elected in 2006, they have remained in power ever since, making it hard to know its true level of support. It's important to recognize that, like all regions in the world, neither Hamas nor Israel's current government are representative of all the views of all members of their society. If we reported that Joe Biden represented the views of all Americans, we'd probably double the size of our comment section, and it's the same thing in this region of the world. We now come to October, this month, where on the morning of the 7th, Hamas would launch a barrage of at least 3,000 rockets from the Gaza Strip into Israel. These strikes were then followed by an estimated 2,500 militants breaking through the Gaza-Israel barrier, who would then go on to indiscriminately kill around 1,400 Israelis, including women and children. The Israeli Defense Force, or IDF, would later report that 199 people had been taken hostage by Hamas before being taken to the Gaza Strip. Israel declared war on Hamas the next day. The morning of the 8th saw Israel strike 426 Hamas targets in the Gaza Strip, leveling the town of Beit Hanun, and this would set the stage for things to come. In a 2011 agreement between Israel and Hamas, Israel would agree to release 1,027 prisoners in exchange for one captured Israeli soldier. Although over a decade ago, this does however put into context how much Israel values the lives of its own citizens above those within Palestine, a ratio that unfortunately cuts both ways. Within a week of war being declared, Israeli airstrikes had killed 2,750 Palestinians, although we currently don't know how many of these were civilians. According to the Gaza Health Ministry, this included over 700 children, although this figure has been disputed as the ministry is run by Hamas. By this time, the UN would report that over 1 million Palestinians, around half of Gaza's population, had been internally displaced. While Israel sent messages urging civilians to evacuate northern Gaza, Hamas called on residents to stay in their homes, blocking roads leading to the north. The situation in Gaza would quickly deteriorate much more rapidly, when Israel would go on to cut off supplies of food, water, electricity, and fuel. The order to leave was not taken lightly, with the United Nations stating that it was impossible to evacuate that many people without devastating humanitarian consequences, while Doctors Without Borders called the order, quote, an attack on medical care and on humanity. Within Israel itself, the nation has become much more unified since the start of the war. Calls for reservist forces to come to the front have seen more volunteers than called upon, exceeding the 360,000 that were requested. Along with this, Israel has formed an emergency unity government, with multiple parties releasing a joint statement saying, quote, in times like these, there is no opposition and coalition in Israel. As part of the formation of this unity government, the influence of Prime Minister Netanyahu's previous far-right coalition partners was significantly reduced. As you might imagine, Israeli ministers really don't like the idea of having legitimate Jewish supremacists holding the reins during wartime. Within Gaza, Israeli hostages were paraded in the streets, while a Hamas official denied that any Israeli citizens had been captured. Quote, "We are not killing civilians, this is a military society. They are the ones who elect their governments." In perhaps a similar line of thinking, a spokesperson for Palestine's Interior Ministry would state that Israel was lying when they said it was only targeting Hamas, and that, quote, "Everyone in Gaza is a target."
Fancy either
This would perfectly
side,
set
so
the
I don't
stage for
care
what would happen
happens
shortly
either,
after. As on the
but
17th of October,
as
an
long as their
explosion would
deaths
occur
are
in the car park
swift,
of the
so to
Al-Ali
speak.
Arabi Baptist Hospital. The Gaza Health Ministry, a Hamas-run entity, initially reported a death toll of 500, but this is widely disputed. The hospital director put the figure at 250, and US intelligence placed the death toll at between 1 to 300. EU intelligence reportedly put their estimate at no more than 50. However, this comes from an anonymous source and is not an official statement. The cause of the blast was immediately disputed, because in a battle of moral standing, no one wants to be the one that blew up a fucking hospital. On the 16th of October, a day before the explosion, Israel had ordered at least 20 hospitals in Gaza to evacuate. As you might
I'm
imagine,
okay
many
with that.
patients such as
Hospitals just
newborns and
prolong
those on
death.
ventilators
So
are
whoever
physically not able
blew
to
up
be
that
moved,
hospital,
leading many
kudos
to
to you.
criticize the evacuation order
I'll
as
take
being
a swig
impossible
to
to comply
that.
with. According to the World Health Organization, the Israeli military had previously struck health facilities in the Gaza Strip 51 times leading up to the hospital explosion, leading many to believe that the explosion was caused by an Israeli airstrike. Hamas argued that Israel had struck the hospital in retaliation for its failure to evacuate, that the strike was one of many on medical centers in Gaza, and that Israel had been dishonest about civilian deaths in the past. Meanwhile, the Israeli Defense Force said that the blast was caused by a misfired rocket launched by Palestinian Islamic Jihad, a spin-off group from the vanilla Hamas. The United States would go on to state that based on their intelligence sources, they had high confidence that Palestinian Islamic Jihad was responsible. While an anonymous French military official would also back this version of events, Canada would refrain from taking a clear stance until the 22nd, when its intelligence command reported that the explosion was most likely from a rocket fired from Gaza. The BBC, The Guardian, the Associated Press, Channel 4 News, and India Today all conducted independent investigations of the hospital explosion. All seem to believe that a rocket fired from within Gaza to be far more likely. Most experts specifically cited that the impact was inconsistent with Israeli munitions, which leave larger craters and are more destructive.
Hmm. Cool. Say cool.
Al Jazeera was notably a major news organization that went against the PIJ's story, stating that it found no grounds to support the IDF's recounting of events. It's likely worth mentioning that Al Jazeera is owned and operated by the Qatari government, who doesn't formally recognize the nation of Israel. With this in mind, although not all owned by their respective governments, the other news organizations are based within countries that do not diplomatically recognize Palestine.
The news is not
Over
good,
the month
by
of
the
October,
way.
we were able to talk to people from both sides of the conflict. One of such people was a man named Daniel, who was a 23-year-old corporal in an IDF tank crew, who was stated on one of the 12 breaches along the Israeli-Palestine border fence. Although within a Merkava Mk4 main battle tank, widely considered to be the safest tank in the world, Daniel still didn't feel entirely secure considering the events of the last few weeks. When talking to us, he was seemingly more worried about his family and said he didn't want them to have to see footage of his body being desecrated and paraded on the news. Although he was drafted to fight, Daniel stated that he would have volunteered regardless, and pointed out that even the Air Force, which has seen a wave of strikes over recent judicial reform, immediately postponed any operational strike as soon as war was declared. As a reminder, Israel only earlier this year had what many considered the biggest protests in its history, rallying against the proposed reforms that were criticized for weakening Israel's democracy. Nothing quite rallies a nation like war. Despite this, our contact said he, and many within Israeli society, still have very little love for Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, stating that they're simply able to put these differences aside. Perhaps something that struck us the most when talking to Corporal Daniel is that despite being part of a tank crew, he seemed very moderate when it came to the conflict. He was very deliberate to separate Hamas and Palestine, and was even sympathetic to the Free Palestine movement as a whole. When asked about Israeli settlement, he stated that it was against the practice, stating that it very much was a divisive issue within the nation, part of why he wasn't a supporter of Benjamin Netanyahu in the first place. He explained that in his view, the case for settlements is religious zealotry, and quote, there isn't any true, noble, or justified case for it. When asked whether he was bothered by the disproportionate amount of civilian deaths that will inevitably be on the side of Palestine, Daniel said, quote, literally every single soldier's feelings will be different. There's currently not much empathy towards Palestine among the civilians and soldiers. Me personally, yeah, I feel bad for the uninvolved. It's not their fault they're living under Hamas. They're straight up supporters, yeah, maybe even the majority, but certainly not all Gazans. As for us, he and his fellow soldiers, it weighs, yeah, but it's a subconscious weight. In the back of the mind, we're soldiers. We all know we could die. Again, the real weight and fear is the thought of our loved ones. Daniel would go on to explain that Israeli strikes within Hamas are almost always extremely disproportionate, and even described Gaza as hell on earth. On the topic of Hamas itself, he would say, quote, "They kill civilians all the time. They purposely target civilians in cities with rocket attacks. That's terror. They're not fighting soldiers, so we retaliate. We collapse buildings we have reason to believe are connected to terrorist activity. We cut off water and electricity to force a ceasefire. We don't allow them to cross the border precisely because of what we saw on October 7th. Contrary to popular belief, we don't attack Gaza for fun. It's always retaliatory. And yeah, 99.84% of the time, it's extremely disproportionate, both to cause deterrence and because of the huge difference in combat capability. While Hamas builds their war rooms and ammo stockpiles under hospitals and schools, they use women and children as human shields. They operate in dense areas, specifically so airstrikes will cause excessive collateral damage. That's their MO. When I was able to talk to Daniel about another person I had talked to within Palestine who had no love for Israel, he would respond, quote, "I'd be hard-pressed to find a single person in
Don't
Gaza
know what
that
you
likes
mean,
Israel.
Rita,
Of course
in
he doesn't
terms
like
of
Israel. Why would he?"
metaphors. But yeah, if that's a metaphor, but you know, no, I don't know what you mean. Me confusey, but I also am tripping on shroom, technically. Well, only a gram, so I'm completely normal. And I guess I'm drunk and taking a high too, but no, not drunk, I'm just tipsy, buzzed. Unless that was such a joke, like, you know where I left your mind. It could be a funny joke, like, haha, do you know where I left my mind, lol, like, you know, ha ha ha, hee hoo. But I have no clue. It's kind of busted right now. Oh, I'm getting lit up. I'm gonna die. To be getting 3 kills before I died. Keep playing the news. Too fucked up.
Look at what we're doing to his land. So hate drags further hate. It's just a bloody, endless cycle of violence. Despite the sympathy he felt towards civilians within Palestine, Daniel would remain heavily invested in Israel's fight against Hamas. Near the end of the month, he would receive confirmation that a number of soldiers in his battalion had been cuffed together and burned alive. And he would also mention that his friend's brother was, quote, "hanged by the foot on a meat hook until the weight of his body tore it off. He was then decapitated." In the last few days of October, Daniel told us that he was prepared for ground entry into Gaza, a prospect that very understandably made him quite nervous. For obvious reasons, he couldn't give us too many specific
That's
details.
a good song.
And even being
Where
able to
is
talk to us
my
in the first place
mind?
had to be approved by his
Where's
commanding
my
officer.
mind?
Over the last month, Daniel has gone from quite a green member of a tank crew
Mind.
to trying to describe the experience of taking a life, something that he simply couldn't put into words. Despite technically still completing his mandatory service, Corporal Daniel plans to stay within the IDF into the foreseeable future. He plans to stick within the Armored Corps, taking after his dad, who had also spent time as a
I don't know what
tanker.
I'm looking
From
for.
only talking to Daniel
Look
for
for
a
my
few
phone,
weeks,
I
it's
think.
clear that although he seems to have a genuine
Where did I
love
put
for
my
the tanking
phone?
profession, his
I haven't
experiences
had
seem
that
to
in a
have made him
while.
more jaded towards the conflict.
I just haven't
As you
cared.
might imagine, it was hard
Be
to
right
come by a
back.
Palestinian perspective for our coverage, but with the assistance of one of our viewers, we were able to speak to his family member in Palestine, whose community had been shelled at the outbreak of the war. In this instance, we talked to a retired teacher named Sammy, who had lived within Gaza all his life. When asked whether they're currently safe, they simply responded that they could never be safe under Israeli rule, and to them, they've had to live their entire lives under the same kind of oppression. From their perspective, this most
Found
recent
it.
conflict mirrors the war of 1948, which, as a reminder, is the one that happened shortly after the formation of Israel, leading to the country moving far beyond its UN-sanctioned borders. Much like Daniel, who made an effort to specify that Israel was at war with Hamas and not Palestine, Sammy was clear that Palestinians aren't generally against Jews, but more against the concept of Zionism. Zionism, if you'll once again allow us to oversimplify things, is a movement that calls for a Jewish state to be built around the region of Jerusalem, and much of the settlement efforts within Palestine can be attributed to Zionist policies.
I saw
From
it
Sammy's
down at Fight
perspective,
Club.
Israel is
Cool.
an oppressive state that has strayed far beyond its borders, cut off his food, water, and electricity, and have been killing a disproportionate number of Palestinians all his life. To Sammy, Israeli expansion was tied to its relationship with the United States, being by far its biggest ally in the Middle East. The conversation then steered to the kind of thing you might find on a conspiracy theory website, but the general gist is that Sammy obviously had very little love for the nation of Israel. We were lucky enough to be sent a picture of a leaflet dropped by the IDF in the opening days of the war. Translated into English, it reads, "To the people of Gaza, the terrorist organization has started started a war against the state of Israel. The city of Gaza has become a war zone. You have to leave your homes immediately and head south to the Gaza Valley. For your safety, do not come back to your homes until the Israeli army says so. You have to flee the common and public areas in Gaza. You are not allowed to get close to the wall, and anyone getting close endangers themselves to death. For the safety of you and your family, leave your house immediately and head to the South Valley of Gaza. Signed by the Israeli military. When asked whether he would be evacuating or living anywhere else, Sami would state that this isn't a viable option. The Egyptian border was closed, and the IDF have been bombing close to the Rafah crossing between Gaza and Egypt, the only passage between the two areas. To him, leaving would risk his family getting bombed, or for the chance to leave the only place he's ever known, and be a refugee for the rest of his life. To Sami, leaving was never an option. Around 2 days after informing us of his intention to stay, Sami was unfortunately killed in an airstrike. To make circumstances even more heartbreaking, 16 of his family members were also killed, meaning his entire side of the family was completely wiped out. One of the last quotes we received from him before he died, and we've obviously had to paraphrase this a little, is, "We are sticking to our land, and if we do not make it, our grandchildren will." The problem with covering such a situation outside of the immense difficulty of separating fact from fiction is the sheer scope of the conflict. We could start talking about history going back 3,000 years, breaking down the top 10 war crimes of each day, covering the protests and boycotts all over the world, or the huge spike in hate crimes from every corner of the globe. The fucking US Navy was intercepting cruise missiles over the Red Sea, shot from Houthi rebels in Yemen. But that one sentence could be an entire news story in of itself. Regretfully, however, we don't have enough time to cover everything, so we made the decision to narrow this conflict to its regional core. This is very likely the most complicated conflict in the history of humanity, and we're only a small team doing the best with the information we have. Although we did all we could to verify information to the best of our ability, it's entirely likely that new or conflicting information has come to light since the script was finalized. There has been no story we've covered to date which has had such an intense level of misinformation through both news sites and social media alike. For this conflict especially, we really encourage viewers to be extremely careful where they get their information, and be willing to wait until independent experts verify the reports themselves. To end this month's coverage, here's the current death toll of the conflict, as of the last day of editing. With the news concluded, it's once again time for our announcements. Firstly, for just a bit of fun, we've decided to make a video on Game of the Year, and what you as viewers generally consider the best game of 2023. To make things even more interesting, as Jake the Analyst is a data scientist, he thinks his homemade algorithm will be able to determine Game of the Year better than our viewership. So we either get
They
to
also
make fun
cover
of Jake's
game
idiot
news.
system, or
Yeah. Understandable. When it comes down to it, as I say, I don't care for either side. I hope both glass themselves to hell. I don't like Israel. I don't like Palestine. Most of the people of both countries are religious, and therefore think that we're either, what are their terminologies? Infidel, whatever, if you're like Muslim or whatever, Islamic. So basically, there's like, hey, kill the infidel. Or there's like, sorry, we're better than you. For Jewish, there's like, lol, we're better than you. And technically, the Old Testament says we should stone you to death if you don't convert. But lol, we're a bunch of pussies, so we're just gonna like play the long game because we're Machiavellian as fuck and pretend we're cool with you. So basically, I hate both sides. One's just open about the fact that they want to kill you, but still kind of like pretending that they're like Gucci because, like, you know, they have borders and stuff. Sort of like, yeah, we're a government, yeah. And then the other side's just like, lol, we want to fucking stone you to death because of our religion, but at the same time, we're gonna like pretend like we don't want to because, you know, we're just better than you. Wink, wink, wink. That's all it needs to be, right? Wink, 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 wink. Can't wait till you get enough power to put the stones to your skull. So, you know, when it comes down to it, I hate both sides. Fuck them all. They're a bunch of religious assholes, and I don't trust either side to have power in any way. So I hope they glass each other. Good, Mike wasn't muted, so the world can. Pew pew. Yeah, the news shitty. Everything's shitty. Hmm. Well, doobie. Don't know. Maybe the leaders do things for their reasons, but people do things because they're simple-minded. Principles, sure, that's not. I have Christian friends too. It doesn't mean I think they're better off. Why? People tolerate each other until shit snaps. Well, I hope you're right. They are atheists, and hopefully they'll. I mean, they're going to win the conflict. I mean, it's just how it is. Israel has far more firepower than Gaza does. So they'll win. Hopefully, those atheists will come to some ethical senses in the future and decide to end this shithole planet. But given power corrupts, I highly doubt it. So again, couldn't care less. Promortalism. Hope they both glass each other. But yeah, Christianity is evil. Fuck Christianity. Fuck all religion. I'm so theist. Not even that good. That guy just wasn't paying attention. I got lucky. I had Boogie Bomb. He was basically fucked. Didn't matter if skill low. Hashtag the OG. It mattered if luck happened a little bit. Bruh, I just died from the ninth dimension. Damn. I woke up, I should have immediately went and been like, bruh, well, Kevin's parents' restaurant still open. I wanted to get that today, but, I slept for like 13 hours. Hmm. Testing 1 2. Still working. Cool. Testing. Testing 1 2. Hello. Someone's fighting out there. Yeah, I'm just, same as always, just kind of Q&A. Libertarian, small birth, fuck libertarians. Best spot in the game. Doop doop doo. Mhm. 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 Yes, where my mic was off, and I'm kind of talking to myself, but in a way, not really, because the left brain and right brain are separated, so it's like I'm talking to my other half of my brain, because I'm clearly the left brain. Where my right brain? Who knows? Either way, I'm talking to the other side. So do be. Sometimes you just gotta let your homie on the other side know that do be how it be. There are two brains inside you. One of them hates you and can't talk. Hello. Watching House. And yeah. Same as always, questions on ethics, otherwise, questions at all. Also, no answers. I don't talk unless there's questions, really. I'll say hello because I'm nice. Apologies for not paying attention. This really cool moment. The swag news store that I looked at earlier in the stream. Guessing my mic's working. Maybe it is. Yeah. Don't know how he made that weird ass pipe pistol, but Japanese would be wild, and bro, they can make a gun out of anything, I guess.
There is a lot. Have you ever smoked a Sherlock pipe?
What?
A Sherlock pipe? Sherlock pipes, you have to use a whisk wizard to clean them out. And they hit really, really nicely. Compared to a normal pipe. They're used for smoking tobacco. Smoke weed and eat them a lot. Smoke weed and people go fries. It's really small tube though, so it's like kind of like a dab pen. It kind of like feels like a dab pen, but it hits like a cigarette. But it tastes like that. Good combo. Best pipe I've ever made. So support your live stream because you're gonna be famous someday if you keep on live.
I'm gonna be dead in like 2 days now. Well, not 2 days, but yeah, 2 days.
I think you should just put yourself into an alcohol hospital or something.
No.
Something for like long term.
No.
Would you ever consider long term treatment?
There's no point.
Like even if it was like 3-4 years?
Why
Or
would
like a year?
Why would I want to do that kind of stuff?
I don't know. But like at least it's something to do. Like you don't have to worry about food and shelter. You don't have to go paid for by mom and dad and friends.
There's no point of that. I don't want to. I don't want anybody to be alive in a miserable state. Than being alive in a miserable state. I want to be in the hospital in a miserable state. I want to be pointless.
You don't want to be getting stuck with needles. Like shit like that and coming out like Jumbo and being like this world all fucked up more than it is. And realizing the other side is fucked up even more.
Sure, man.
You went to the hospital. Those cases aren't the worst. Imagine hearing like people like horror stories. Like that's a lot of people in this world. Sayings, doctors with small one shitty meds. And the crazy ones like that Asian person or that native person, they stick with needles and walk around like a zombie from flying house too. So, you know, you never got into caffeine addiction like I did. G Fuel, like right there, that line of G Fuel ran, all those lines, the thing that caught me out and into a job and helped me stop like doing Xanax and stuff like that. That turned into a caffeine whore, and I switched from caffeine to like other pre-workouts.
Good for you, man.
Yeah, and that's what started making me go to the gym because I just had too much energy while sitting in that video game chair. And I got people off cocaine. I got friends off cocaine, and they started doing G Fuel. So they do lines of cocaine before playing video games, competitive video games.
Probably still doing it. They might still be doing it.
You know, if they're not still doing it, because they admit that there was a problem. And they call other people stupid.
Yeah.
They used to just drink soda. And then, yeah, well, it's not really worth the like that. You just get rallied up. The thing is to forget about our past, but I feel like we can all just move on. What if you like took refugee to a different country?
Then I'd just be depressed in a different country.
What if it was like a free economy? Like it was
It wouldn't
like
matter. I'd just be still be depressed. It's nothing out of the cost of the system. I can get by easily even out of the cost. It's not like life's hard.
debatable.
I have more money than you.
Yeah, I know, but like
I have a good
you go to a different
job.
country, you're not gonna know the language.
Yeah, I'm aware of that. That's why I haven't tried that back even when I thought life was worth living. Otherwise, I would have moved out to like fucking like nowhere, so sure.
I feel like you'd be able to survive though.
I don't care. That's what I just said.
Yeah. I feel like it's like if you could survive off papayas and bananas and like chicken meat in a different country and it's all just like hunted, it's all free economy. I feel like it wouldn't be the worst thing for you to be like in with this tribe and understand how they live.
I would
And at the
just
same
straight
time,
kill them
just
for
describe how you live and your thoughts. Like they find it interesting.
I don't give a shit if they're interesting. So unless you're offing themselves, they're not going to be able to do anything about it.
You know, Brad, person that sells eggs at the farmer's market today,
Better off offing themselves.
they killed 50 chickens because they didn't feel like feeding them anymore. Aren't you happy that free range chickens were killed 50? Now they only have
Why would I be
100.
happy? They brought them into existence to begin with.
You know what, Brad? You're absolutely right. But, you know, they just should have never bought those 50 chickens in the first place.
You know, fucking shit. That's what I just said.
Exactly.
You're just making me wish that it was tomorrow that we had the shot with the ocean. So thank you.
You know, Brad, that's why I'm on my turns into I drink a lot too. why I work out. I hang
What?
with my friends, drink a little bit, go to school, work a job. That's 5 different things, all different things. And between there, there's like sleeping and movies, games. When you're all playing TV by yourself, smoking, drinking by yourself. There's working out. Do you read books? Going for walks, nature walks, skateboarding. BMX biking is something I want to learn. You know what I mean? Those bikes that you can like do like the front and back spin around, you know what I mean? Top wheelies and do flips on and stuff.
And you can do that. So eventually you realize it's useless also.
Yeah, I know it's useless, but it's a good distraction. It's pretty good. Takes adrenaline rush too. Adrenaline rush. It's a good adrenaline rush.
Distracting yourself.
Yeah, but it's an adrenaline rush.
I don't care. That's also distraction.
Like you could hit your head and go into like a coma while BMX biking. You can't get that while playing video games.
Myself, I'm the biggest fucking coma there is. A shotgun to the back of the head and stuff.
Okay. I get you. I felt that though. I don't know. I feel like I'm gonna commit suicide one day. I'm gonna be like the Lisa's arc dad. I've been thinking that for a long time. I'm gonna be like that successful dad that just kills himself and fakes an insurance policy.
It's just all my kids. I mean, like, literally, like, you know, what's the point? You're gonna adopt that.
I know. I'm not planning on adopting. Brad. I've been saying that since like middle school. I plan on adopting kids.
Don't have like an actual kid.
I really don't plan to have an actual kid, but I feel like the wife will, and I'll sing for the wife. But like, I just want to adopt.
Just get a vasectomy so that she can't. She cares what you
Too
show.
much effort, Brad.
She cares what you show. Seriously, man.
I honestly, that's the only reason it's gonna be just too much effort.
It's really not. Just
Like if there's like a home remedy, like someone could just like do it like my earrings.
that's basically what it is. You just pay like $1,000 and you go in for 2 hours and then you're like.
Grant, but I just did it at my house. Like I was sitting on some dude's homie's couch and like got out the needles and they just stabbed my fucking ears.
Probably could do that, but like, you know.
Yes.
It's literally not that.
Like if Jimbo came to certified nurse, which he's going to college for soon, or plans to, if he got out, go for it, Jimbo. I'll let Jimbo tickle my pickle with a needle or a knife.
Yeah, well.
But like until then, I think I'm just gonna like not go to the doctor for that because I don't even trust doctors. Like I don't trust my doctor. I fired my doctor. My new doctor told me I have a deviated septum. Then told me I have manic sleeping problems, which is what I talked to him about at the psych hospital. So he just followed whatever I said in the hospital to go with me. Trying to force me to take it. Every day versus what I want. Getting reevaluated. I don't trust doctors who want like this on reevaluation. They don't feel anything. You know, it's whatever. That's great. I really want to back out of it to the probation, but I also am like, I guess they're one of the reasons that I am so determined to live right now because I'm on probation. It's that unknown factor. It's that short unknown factor. It's not an extended like an 80 year or 20. You know what I mean? It's like what's going to happen in the next like 1 to 2 years. You know what I mean? That's what's kind of going to keep me going. It was a large change in my life, and then I also have college. So I did these 2 big changes.
Yes, I could care less.
Oh, I feel like you could look for change, but you really wanted to move on for each remote with how you explain things to different countries. Like that. You already have insurance for it if you want to.
Just if I wanted to
But if
die,
you want to do that, I know that's what it's like. I feel like if you got like a long term, you just get out and do like myself like this. And not using that. That's why I think you should move to a different country. Yes, if you the other way to a different country. Not the United States. It's our economy needs something different. You can use your passport and get the fuck out of here. America's bullshit. What you make here, you can strive off of in like Africa for your whole life.
everywhere is bullshit.
You get taxed 10%.
Everything is bullshit.
Everything's bullshit, but America's the worst bullshit. Like
It's
you
not.
believe you're free, but it's also not the worst for advanced. But we pay for advanced technology.
You just want me to live because you don't want to die. Doesn't matter. You just want me to live this bullshit. Life's bullshit.
Life is bullshit, right? But there's some good things to look for, as I mentioned earlier.
You just want to have a little fantasy that I'm living my life in another country. If I go somewhere else, just fucking buy some rings of that.
I mean, you could go to a different
Get the fuck
country.
up. Just get out of here.
You could just
Get the fuck out of here.
imagine if you
Get
were
the fuck out of here. I don't want to